Hello. All right. So, welcome in everybody. Back. I'm Key. With me tonight is Jerikandra,
Hi, y'all.
and we're doing a DQ11 PC any percent race. So hope y'all have a good time hanging out with us. Cowie, congratulations. GG's on the run.
Yeah, GG's.
And yeah. Not really much else to say other than, I guess we can get this party started.
Sure, let's do it.
There's a little preview of what's to come in a couple of weeks at Limit Break at the actual event. It's going to be really fun. But yeah, we'll do 3, 2, 1, go kind of countdown, and if everybody else is ready and our restreamer is ready, we'll go ahead and get that started.
Sounds good.
All right. So timer starts on clicking the create a new adventure log. So if you're ready, we'll go ahead and count down in 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck.
Good luck. It's gonna be fun.
So right off the bat, got to put a whole bunch of inputs in for different settings and stuff like that. I'm a little bit of a weeb and love doing the Japanese voice acting. I think Jerika likes to do the English voice acting, but it doesn't actually make too much of a difference. Because the text is still in English, so it still scrolls just the same. But it doesn't really matter either way at all because we skip all the cutscenes.
Yep.
With this being the definitive edition, we get to skip all the cutscenes, have faster battle modes. There's also some neat little tricks that we're going to be pulling off here. That skips probably about 2 hours worth of gameplay from Act 1 into Act 2.
Yeah, it's like 5 bosses or something, and some of those bosses really suck.
Yeah. For those who've seen the Switch Definitive Edition or their console Definitive Edition, there's still some skips that we do in that version of the game, but not nearly to the extent of what we're going to be doing in this run. Ultima, no, this run does not include Act 3. There's 2 different categories. There's 2 different mainline categories that we use for the PC. We have any percent, which is get to the end of Act 2 as quickly as possible. And then there's the true ending, which is get to the end of Act 3. And tonight we're just doing to Act 2. So both myself and Jerika are coming up to the first mini boss. It's the double smog encounter. This fight is pretty rough because we are level 1 hero, so our accuracy is very low. Luckily, we have the best NPC party member in the game of Sandy. Sandy's AI makes it so that she's either going to bark at the enemy or hit the enemy, and whenever the enemy is barked at, they get paralyzed with fear, and that's really significant because when they're paralyzed with fear, they can no longer dodge your attacks, so you get a free hit on it. Sandy's AI will always bark at whichever enemy has the current highest HP. So you can kind of manipulate who she barks at, so you can get your damage in. Smogs have 19 HP each, so usually about 3 hits is enough to take them out.
Yeah, just do you think I always thought that the freezing the mobs was more of a crowd control thing, but we're kind of using it the opposite way on the run.
Yeah. So right now, I guess we can talk a little bit about the story for those who are interested, since we are skipping a lot of it. Today is our hero and his friend Gemma's 17th birthday, I think. And that is their coming of age ceremony, where they have to climb what they call the Tor, which is the big mountain nearby the village, and receive the blessings of the gods, essentially. And that's how they ascend to adulthood. And during their climb, they found a whole bunch of monsters and stuff up there. And during the course of the ceremony, our hero learns of his powers as the Luminary. And due to this figuring out of the powers that he has, his mom tells him, hey, you should probably go see the King of Heliodor. He has some information about what's going on. He can help you. So that's where we're heading right now. So one of the neat little things that we're gonna do here, while we're on horseback, you can trample over some enemies depending on what your level is currently sitting at, and you will get a little bit of experience every time you trample one. And what I like to do is I like to try to trample at least 6, and that gives us 6 bonus experience on hero. And what that basically does is it allows us to have an easier time getting a level up a little later in the run. We're also going to pick up a couple of items because why not? There's a seed of life in this chest against the wall. And then after we get this little NPC here, there's another chest behind the cabin that has 80 gold coins that we're going to grab. And after that, we're just going to continue our way to Heliodor.
And don't bop the ones on the other side of the river.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, the horse trample mechanic is level based. So across the river there, the enemy's level increases to about level 3. And hero is not strong enough to run them over with the horse. If you were to run into one of them right now, you'd end up initiating a fight, which would not be fun.
Ask me how I know.
I think all of us have figured it out the wrong way. So here in Heliodor, there's loads and loads of stuff to do, but we're really not interested in doing that stuff right now. Our main goal is to go see the king, so that's where we're headed. So something you'll notice also with this game, we want to keep our feet on the ground as much as possible. There is a jumping mechanic that hero is allowed to do, but if his feet are off the ground, then he's not sprinting, so he's not running as fast. So we want to try to do our best to keep our feet on the ground as much as possible. We also want to do our best to not bonk any corners or walls or anything like that. Because if we bonk any corners or bonk any walls, we tend to lose all of our forward momentum. And then it takes a good amount of time before we get back up to top speed again. So the pathing and the movement and stuff that both of us will be doing is pretty, it's not super accurate, but it has purpose behind it. How accessible is this run to learn? It's very accessible. So there is an extensive set of beginner-friendly notes that you can find on the DQ RTA Compendium. If you join the Discord, you can look in the pinned comments and find the compendium that has notes for every DQ game that you can think of. And the notes, myself and Silver, we wrote up a few years back, and it's the main route that most runners use. It's very in-depth. It goes into strategies and menu optimizations and loads of detail. There's also a couple of tutorial videos that I have on my YouTube channel for setting up the load remover for your live split. So it doesn't matter what kind of hardware you're running. It's fair and balanced for everybody.
There's also some good YouTube tutorials on doing the horse skip glitch and stuff too.
Yeah, Anem has a couple of them out there. Or has one I know. Silver has one. There's a couple of nice ones that help you learn the really big glitch that we do.
We always want more runners. We need more active runners, so come join us.
Yeah. So
it's really not that bad of RNG, I swear.
It's only 3 really bad instances of it.
Yeah.
For the most part. In terms of Dragon Quest games, this is probably one of the most tame.
And one of the shortest, right?
Yeah. So depending on your computer's hardware and whatnot, your normal time spent playing the game for a real time, somewhere around 4.5 hours or so, 4 hours and 45 minutes, which isn't too terrible for any percent. Very doable.
Yeah. Beat those metal slimes. So yeah, fun fact about the mobs that we are running from the dragon. If you try to take out any of those other mobs there, then you're gonna have the black dragon in the fight as well. And at least on the speed run, we're like way too low level to even worry about that. I don't know. I assume if you leveled up a ton, maybe you could accomplish that.
There is a very weird challenge out there that tries to beat the black dragon the first time you see it. It takes a lot of grinding level 3 enemies to get strong enough to be able to beat that. And yeah, the reward is literally just, wow, you're a lot stronger than we thought.
That being said, you can go fight the black dragon in Act 2 pretty easily.
Yeah, at that point, you're so overpowered that it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and he's usually asleep for a good part of the fight. It's kind of funny.
So, typical and traditional Dragon Quest shopping menu that you just saw. Load up both of our characters with medicinal herbs. We're also going to spend the rest of the money that we have to purchase 7 holy waters. The 7 holy waters are going to get used for a couple of different things. The first one is going to get used when we talk to this little girl here. We're stuck in downtown Heliodor, and there's a guard that's blocking our entrance into the upper part of the city. And there's multiple different ways that you can access the upper city. And it just turns out that this is the easiest one. As long as you have a pack of buzzberries and a holy water in your inventory, the little girl lets you borrow her dog, and the guard is really afraid of dogs, so lets you get up there. You get the buzzberries from a random tree that you see on your way to Heliodor. And then now that we're in Upper Heliodor, we're looking for one of Eric's friends. His name is Dirk. Eric thinks that Dirk stole something from him, so we're going to go confront him about it. And in the process of going to go confront him about it, we go steal some fishnet stockings from a random dresser. We're going to use them later. And by use them, I mean sell them for a load of money.
Gold, how important is gold? There's actually, there's a gold route, because you do need to have a certain amount of gold for certain things along the way.
Yeah, so the early portions of the game, we spend a little bit of time going out of the way for some items, like those fishnet stockings that we sell. We also sell some of the equipment that comes like pre-equipped on our party members. This allows us to have enough gold where we can buy our early game armors. A little bit later, we end up getting a couple of magic waters, and we sell one of them so that we can get another piece of armor for Eric to survive the next big boss of Jarvis. The gold route's really well thought out, and it just so happens to work out perfectly to where we have enough money to get all of the gear and all of the items and stuff that we need, all the crafting that we have to do, and still have a surplus left over so that we can do what every Dragon Quest runner loves doing and throwing money at our problems. So coming up here when we get to the Mangle Grove, this is where we do that first big shop. So we're going to sell some equipment off of Eric. The sword, the Wayfarer's clothes, the boomerang, and then we were going to buy a leather shield, a leather armor for Hero, boxer shorts for the bag, 2 pointy hats, and then 4 chimera wings.
All right, so it's raining in here, which means that there's not only the regular kind of... Actually, I think there's some different mobs that show up in here too, but also adding mobs, and that's these green slimes. And not only are they kind of... I just ran into a smog.
Uh-oh.
Okay, good. First flee. They're running around the place. They'll also jump out at you, and so you kind of want to stay like as close to the middle of the route as to the trail as you can. All right, we made it.
Unfortunately, the weather affects that, so the rain or the not having rain and the things like that are completely random. So as you can see, I didn't have any rain, but Jerika did. And so we get to introduce to the forge for the first time here. And this is the only time that we will actually attempt to increase the quality of the weapon that we're making. +2 is completely fine.
+1, poo.
Uh-oh.
Run is cursed.
The routes will diverge ever so slightly. See the strength there. It diverges very minimally in the mid game, and then it reconvenes just as quickly as it spreads out. Jerika and a lot of the newer runners will go to the Dundersill Ruins later in the game early to acquire a recipe sheet to make the Dundersill helm or the Dracilian helm and the Dracilian armor. which is a huge boost in defense and is just all around a better piece of gear. I don't really like doing that, so I go and do something else. So here we're fighting Tricky Devil. Tricky Devil is really, really simple. Hero's main job is to throw medicinal herbs and do damage whenever he can. Eric's entire job is to use Flame Slash over and over again. There you go, not a bad fight.
Yeah.
So that's going to be pretty much the strats that we're going to be using for most of the early game. Eric, he's just the one that has the higher strength value than Hero. And Hero is just better at keeping everybody else alive in terms of throwing healing items or just having access to heal. So after Tricky Devil falls, it's real easy for us to continue on now. In terms of story, we learned after talking to Dirk that he did in fact steal the item from Eric and sold it for a bunch of money, but he used that money to pay off the guards in Heliodor prison to keep Eric safe. And then they found out that the item in question, the red orb, is locked away in the King's Barrow, which is basically like Heliodor's treasure vault. So we decide we're going to go steal it. But Hero requests, as we're heading back there, since we have to pass the city of since his hometown Cobblestone, hey, can we go back and check on everybody to make sure everybody's okay? And we find ourselves in Cobblestone, but way in the past, and we don't understand what's going on. So we get to head over here, and we see ourselves as a kid, and we also get to see our grandpa, Chalky. And Chalky tells us, I've left a note and a whole bunch of stuff buried under a triangularly shaped rock near Cobblestone Falls.
Grandpa Gohan, that's right. Gohan.
So, what we actually find out that is Heliodor's soldiers, Jasper is his name, in fact, came to Cobblestone and destroyed everything and took all of the people of Cobblestone prisoner. And now we're going to go find this thing that our grandpa buried years and years ago. And what we basically find out from this buried treasure, essentially, is that we're not originally from Cobblestone. We were found in a bassinet down the river, and we end up actually being the Crown Prince of Dundrasil. And I'm also the Luminary, so let's go save the world, because that's what Luminaries do. It looks like I'm just a little bit ahead right now. So what I'm doing right now is I'm heading to this campsite, and I am talking to this goddess statue and making an adventure log save. And this is not a safety save. This is actually the opposite of a safety save. This is a time save sort of save. As you know from previous Dragon Quest games, if you use a Chimera Wing or the Zoom spell indoors, sometimes the little goofy cutscene plays where it says, "Hey, you bonked your head on the roof" plays. Well, they took that away from DQ11, which is kind of sad but kind of nice at the same time, because they also changed how Chimera Wings work. Instead of Chimera Wings being a free cast of Zoom, what it does is it lets you do one of two things. It lets you teleport back to the last city that you entered, or it lets you teleport to the last place that you saved. So I get to go back to that save point the next time that I use a Chimera Wing, which is really, really nice because I can also use a Chimera Wing as evac.
That being said, in 2D mode, you can still bonk your head.
But here in the Kingsbarrow, both myself and Jerika are going to do a little miniature grind here. What we want to do, this is an optional grind, but also kind of not optional at the same time. It ends up being a slight time save to do this. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it so that there's one encounter that we kind of have to take at the end of the Kingsbarrow that lets us get a monster mount that lets us get a hold of a seat of defense. And so what we want to do is we want to have Eric level up to level 6 on that encounter. So we spend some time killing a couple of extra enemies so that that encounter has a good chance of giving us that. And the significant thing about that is when Eric gets to level 6, he has just enough skill points where he can learn the sword skill attack plus 10, which just basically means 10 more damage for every time he does an attack. We also go a little bit out of our way to grab a piece of equipment called the Strength Ring. Strength Ring gives a plus 5 boost to our strength. So we're going all in with Eric, trying to boost his strength up as much as possible so that he can do as much damage as possible. One of the things I love the most about these monster mounts, whenever you're in them, you can see Hero just sitting there looking through the window of it. It's always adorable.
Let's do this. Let's go.
Ooh.
So this is the Grim Griffins fight. Griffins are a little scary. They like to do a lot of damage.
I had to take a second egg, unfortunately.
Ooh, that's unfortunate, yeah. Come on, Hero. Pep.
Oh yeah.
There it is. So in the DQ11, we get introduced to the Pep skill, or the pep power system, which is kind of cool. Instead of like in DQ8 or DQ9 where there was tension, we instead get the pep skill. Pep gives the character that gains the pep power, gives them a boost to certain stats that they are known for. Like, for example, Eric gets a boost in resilience and strength. Hero gets an all-around stat boost. Serena and Veronica get a magic boost, magical might boost, or magical mending. Things like that. They also give us access to certain skills. If multiple characters have either certain skill point tree skills unlocked, and both those party members are pepped and are in the party together. And we'll be using pep skills a lot, especially for our big metal slime grind coming up.
Don't let your guard down.
Easy.
There are some things that we as players can do to manipulate pep. But for the most part, it's really just based on number of turns that have passed and amount of damage that a player has taken. But again, there are things that you can do to significantly boost your pep amount. Like, for example, a character getting hit for 90% of their HP bar in a single turn tend to usually always gain pep power if they manage to live through it.
Yeah, we do swap to 2D mode grind later on. And then we're also forced to go to 2D mode after to be introduced to Tickington as well, which is an add-on of quests. I believe the Definitive Edition added.
Mm-hmm. So, for those that don't know, there's technically been 3 different iterations of DQ11 throughout the years. The original version of DQ11 that only released in Japan, this game was originally 3DS only, and it was a 2D top-down game similar to DQ9. And before it had a chance to come over to the US and all that such, it ended up getting completely revamped and redone into the original, what a lot of people call the vanilla version of DQ11, and that had some other quests in it. Some of the items function differently, like the crackshot crackbow or crackshot crossbow function differently. It had a mini game tied to it and stuff like that. And then a little bit after that, they redid the game a third time. And there was the Definitive Edition, and they did the Definitive Edition as a Switch-only exclusive. And then it was about a year or so later, they took the Definitive Edition from Switch-only exclusive, and they made it a Steam version, and they made it on all other consoles. And when they made the Definitive Edition, they took the things that they had, some of the things that they had added in the 3DS version, they expanded on some of them, and then they made it a part of the Definitive Edition. So you could play the entirety of DQ11 in 3D mode, which is what we're playing it in now. You can play the same way of in 2D mode only. You can do a combination of the two. There's just loads and loads and loads of ways of playing the game.
Yeah, 2D mode is pretty cute too. And there's some benefits to using 2D mode for grind, but we can talk about that later probably. Right now we're heading into the Cryptic Crypt, which I always kind of criticize the name of. I feel like if they didn't get creative enough. To go take out a boss, Jarvis. And this is actually, on PB pace, this fight can be a pretty much a big run killer.
So, the story goes, we get to the next city, which is Hoto. We got chased away by one of the Knights of Heliodor in Hendrik. Hendrik was trying to capture us and put us back in jail, and we managed to escape him with the item one of the items that we got in the box that our grandpa had left buried under that rock. And we ended up in this weird new continent, and we ended up getting to the city of Hoto, where we're running around. We decide we're going to go take a bath. When we go take a bath, we find out this little girl is missing her sister, and then we end up finding a girl who was also missing her sister, and that's Veronica. And we find both Veronica and her sister Serena, and now we're in a fight against Jarvis and his friends. And his friends and Jarvis are really, really big jerks. This fight is very, very reliant on 2 NPC party members behaving.
That's one heck.
Come on.
Let's go.
Here. I got this. Thanks.
Sorry, I'm not really talking too much right now because I'm trying to pay attention to what I'm doing so I don't make a mistake.
Same.
There we go. Okay.
You want some?
Okay.
Thanks.
We managed to save Jarvis, or we managed to beat Jarvis and save a whole bunch of people who had been kidnapped from Hodo. We also get Veronica's magical power back. Veronica's the little girl in the red. She happens to actually be Serena's twin sister, but when she had all of her magic powers stolen, it turned her into a little child. And even though she got all of her magic power back, she's still a small little loli. And she stays like that for the rest of the game. Veronica also teaches us the zoom spell, which functions just like normal zoom. Lets you zoom around to any of the previous cities or towns that you've been to. We're going to use this last Chimera Wing to come to our last save. We also get introduced to a new thing in the definitive edition for DQ11 is the skill point rectification. So in this game, you're allowed to put skill points down for different skill trees, but then if you change your mind and you don't like them and you want to change them up, you can spend money to free those skill points back up and reallocate them in other places. And so we took the skill points that we've been dumping into Eric's swords. We're going to reallocate them a little bit later.
Don't let your guard
Another
down.
one bites the dust. Oh yeah.
We also get introduced to Tickington. We don't really have anything to do here other than progress the story, so that's what we're going to do.
Unless you're doing the time worm run.
Yeah. All right, so I guess we can talk, I guess I can talk really quick about some of the differences between 2D and 3D and why we do things the way that we do them. So, in the 3D version of the game, it's similar to last night whenever I was doing DQ8, and all the enemies are on the overworld. So, you can just kind of run past them or run around them or fight as your heart's content. And so this is really nice for us speedrunners because we don't want to get into any random encounters if we can help it. Unless we actually want it. So we get to skip all random encounters. On 2D mode, you don't get to do that. It's just like any other top-down Dragon Quest game, where a few steps go and bam, random encounter. But there are some advantages to 2D over 3D. So, again, referencing older Dragon Quest games, you have your party and then you have the party of your enemy. And at the beginning of each round of turns, you input all of the actions for your party, and then the game rolls agility and it determines the turn order for that round. The turn orders play out, the actions that you queued up get played, and then the next round of action starts and you repeat the process. This, for DQ11 in 3D mode, it functions similar, but instead of you queuing up all of your actions at the beginning of each round, you queue up each individual player's actions at the beginning of their turn of that round. So you have more control about what's going on and what's happening. In the 2D version, it still functions the old way. And that has significance in the sense of the pep skills. In the 2D version, pep skills always hold priority at the beginning of every round of turn. So you can queue up your pep skill, and then you can queue up your party actions immediately afterwards. The pep skills will always go off first. And because your pep skills always go off first, it lets you do some funny things, especially when it comes to metal grinding. Oh, oops, I forgot to do something.
The gold behind the throne?
No, I forgot to buy the poison moth knife.
Oh.
But that was easy fix. But yeah. So because Pep has priority in 2D mode, it lets us do the metal slime grind really easily because we are allowed to we're allowed to basically queue up an action that has a 75% chance of spawning metal slimes and has a 25% chance of spawning a hunter mech. And because of how agility and stuff like that gets rolled, if those metal slimes spawn in 2D mode, they basically skip their turn because they never had a chance to roll their agility. And because we've queued up a whole bunch of actions like crit skills or metal slash or things of that nature, we have basically a free shot at killing metal slimes, and they don't even have a chance to run away. So it makes for the grind in this version of the game super, super easy. Can't really do that in the 3D version. At least not as effectively.
Yeah, so now we have the horse race. And essentially, you don't even have to win the horse race for the game to continue. So obviously, as speedrunners, we want to go really fast. And it's actually pretty easy to win, but to get the quickest time takes a really good strat of getting just the right amount of green stamina refreshes. And did Key get it? Did Key get the 105?
105.88.
Nice. So I probably will get a 107. If I'm lucky, I can get a 106.
I think I've finally nailed down the perfect route. As long as I don't bonk a wall. I can pretty much get it more often than not now. What's task perfect horse race? You know, I don't know because I've never seen anybody task the horse race. Would be interesting to find out what it would be. I would have to imagine it'd be somewhere along the lines of like, for the first one at least, like a 105.64 or something like that. All right. So, quick catching up of the story, I suppose. We made it to our next city after we got Serena and Veronica in the party. We found out that one of the nearby cities has this item called the Rainbow, which will help us find the rest of the orbs. We got the red orb back, but we want the rest of the orbs because it's supposed to help us get to Yggdrasil. So we headed to the city of Gallopolis to talk to the Sultan, say, hey, can we have the rainbow? And he basically says, no, I can't do that. So then we talk to the Prince Ferris, and Prince Ferris says, hey, I can help you get the rainbow, but you need to do something for me. I can't ride horses. You can ride horses really well. I want you to do this race for me and pretend to be me. And if you win, or you do this for me, then I will get you the rainbow. And after we do the race, Ferris says, yeah, I'll get you the rainbow. But there's another problem. There's this big monster nearby the city that's wrecking shop, and we need to go dispatch it. So the Sultan sends Prince Ferris to go do it, and he's a little chicken. He doesn't want to do it, so he asks us and begs us to go do it for him, and then promises us that he'll get us the rainbow again. So we are off helping him do that now.
That about sums it up. So we're actually doing some another mini grind. You can tell that Serena and Veronica have some levels on the hero and Eric, so we just do a couple of these prestigerator guys to get Eric and the hero to level 10 before we go take on the Slayer.
Slayer Sands is another one of those fights where it's very easy to die and very easy to lose a significant amount of time. We do have Sylvando as an NPC party member. He's probably one of the better ones. He likes to help and likes to do things that are helpful. But the goal here is we have a new weapon on Eric in the daggers, and we are going to heavily rely on a skill that I just taught him, which is Cobra Strike, which has a 1 in 4 chance of poisoning its target. Or is it 1 in 8? It's either 1 in 8 or 1 in 4. But either way, we really want to land a poison, and we landed it first try.
Nice.
So after we land the poison, our next goal is to just try to get a sap off with Veronica and then do as much damage as we possibly can. Because we really want to take him out before he manages to take any of us out. I can't land a sap right now, and it's kind of sad.
Ooh.
Wonderful.
There we go. There we go. Okay.
Oh, poison first try. Let's go.
That was a little sketchy, but we managed to get the fight done. Again, sorry that during some of these fights I stopped talking completely because I'm so focused on what we're doing. I don't want to make any mistakes or end up accidentally killing myself. Seems like both of us landed poison first try, but it took me 5 tries to land the sap, which is really unfortunate.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so coming up here, now that I'm past Slayer, we get our 5th party member. We get Sylvando, who is best boy, without a question. He also is incredibly broken early game. We're going to be doing a lot of skill point rectifications. We're going to do a really big menu here, and I'm going to show you all some fun stuff that you can do with him. So first things first, we're going to rectify that. And then we are going to rectify all of Sylvando's skill points.
Don't let your guard down.
And then if we go through Sylvando's whips tree, we just happen to have enough skill points to land 1 in a different skill tree. And then if we rectify the whips again, he keeps those skill points that he has in that secondary branch. And then we get to use the rectified skill points in order to learn a plus 40 charm node, and it happens to have 10 bonus skill points behind it. And if we rectify all of those points, now we have enough points where if we go through Sylvando's Lithis tree, we can rectify the points again to teach Hot Lick, Sobering Slap, and Hustle Dance. And Hustle Dance at this point in the game is busted. Having access to multi-heal at level 10, that scales off of Sylvando's charm, which is already pretty high, is basically Omni-Heal. at the cost of like 10 MP or something like that. It's very, very inexpensive. So in Sylvando, not only is he very high level in comparison to the rest of the party, he's also the best healer in the game. I also did another menu during that where I taught Hero the skill Cutting Edge through his two-handed swords tree. And I don't have a two-handed sword right now, but I will here soon. What makes him the best healer in the game? He's the best healer in the game right now. And again, it's because he has access to, he has the ability to get Hustle Dance as soon as you get him. If you do the skill point rectifications and invest a little bit of money into it. And having multi-heal this early is essentially having Omni-heal. And it's very, very busted.
It uses a ton of MP, though.
Hustle Dance is a little bit expensive, but not in comparison to some of the other healing skills in the game. And
Yeah.
with it being with you being able to basically full heal the entire party with one skill, it's just so valuable.
Yeah, you just gotta have to, at this level, Sylvando's MP is just not very high, and so you've got like 3, I think, that you can cast. That's about it.
At this early stage, yeah, it's about 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, he's so good at healing early. So after we get Sylvando, little story catch up. After we get Sylvando, we still don't have the rainbow, but we find out that the Sultan did sell the rainbow to somebody, and they went to another continent. So Sylvando's like, well, let's go find him. And when we go find them,
Well, basically, Sylvando has a boat, and so he's like, "Hey, my boat's docked in Gondolia. Come on down." And so that's what we're trying to get to here is Gondolia. We're trying to get to the boat. The dock is blocked right now because there's like some Macho Man company, and so they tell us to go talk to the guy that's running that, and I forget, the guy like isn't very happy to see us, or he knows about us being wanted or something.
He's the mayor. Yeah, he's the mayor, and he knows that we're wanted fugitives with Heliodor, and he tells us to get on out of here. We don't want to help you. But then we find out that Veronica's magical staff was stolen by some kid, but the kid was trying to steal it because he wanted to cure the curse that was placed upon his friend. So Serena says, hey, nearby here, I know there's this magical fountain of the purest of holy waters, and if I can get some of that, I can make a potion that will cure this boy's curse. So we decide, since we can't do anything else, we have to just wait for the event that's going on in Gondolia to finish so that we can get out. Well, let's go do this really quick. So that's where we're on our way to go do. So over here in the Grotta, what is it? Yeah, Grotta de la Fonte. We are trying to find this holy water pool. And of course, something that nice is always going to be guarded by a few monsters. So we are going to go fight the Corolossuses and hope that they don't murder me. Hibiscus never works. Nice.
Double fuddle, let's go.
Bonk.
This is not missable. This whole quest is part of the story.
Nice. Unironically, Eric dying here is really nice.
You rang, honey? Try this for size.
So we got the holiest of holy waters. And now we're going to head back to Gondolia so we can give this potion to this kid and cure his curse. But when we get back here, we realize that the event that's going on is actually going on. So we get told, hey, we should go enter this tournament and see what's going on. So we decide to go talk to the event organizer to see if we can enter this tournament. And who do we find? But we find the guy who destroyed Hero's hometown of Cobblestone, Jasper. And Jasper sicks a whole bunch of Heliodor knights on us. And this is why I said it's kind of nice that Eric died in the last fight. He spawns in with only 1 HP. So this is one of those fights where it's just faster to die than it is to try to win. Because you get the same outcome either way. But after the fight, Eric gets taken prisoner. And we would decide to wait till nightfall before we try to save him. This is supposed to be like a stealth mission where we're like sneakily dodging and getting past all of these guards. But if you time it right and you start running at a specific time, these guards are not very good at their job. You can just kind of run past everybody. Also, none of the guards notice this moving boat in the water that's going right past them. You know, they're NPC guards. They're just pretty blind. So we teach a couple of skills there. I reteach Hero Flame Slash. This gives me a pep skill with Sylvando called Temper Tantrum. I also teach Serena a skill called Deliverance, which gives me a pep power with Hero. And so our goal here is to just do as much damage as possible. Nice.
So this is when Hero becomes major DPS. I guess he kind of was during Colossus too, with great swords. And then Sylvando using Oomph to up his attack power really makes him own things up.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, he took out Veronica. Oh well. But overall, not a bad fight. So I said earlier that there is a slight route variance between myself and Jerika. This is where it really shows what we're doing. So again, what Jerika is going to most likely be doing is she's going to be heading, after Jasper 1, she's going to be heading straight to Octagonia. So she's going to basically just follow the story, and the story is going to take her to another continent with the boat, to where we think the rainbow is. And after she gets that area as a zoom point, she's going to leave and she's going to head a little bit further in story in the areas to the ruins of Dundersill. We're going to grab a couple of items there, and then we're going to go into the ruins of Dundersill and get that recipe to make the Dracilian armor. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to a place that I'm not supposed to be at this early, Costa Valor, to the city of Puerto Valor. On the beach near Costa Valor, there is a chest that has a turtle shell in it. The turtle shell is an armor that Hero can wear. It has 11 less defense points than the Dracilian armor. So a significant amount of less defense. I'm also going to head into Puerto Valor, and this does two things. It gives me a zoom point that I can use later, because I do have to come here later. I'm also going to go into the armor shop, and I'm going to buy the Iron Mask for Hero. The Iron Mask is 3 defense points lower than the Dracilian Helm, but the major drawback behind that is the Dracilian Helm gives 9 MP. So it's 1 less cutting edge that I'm allowed to use, which makes the next fight, which is the arena fights, a little sketchy.
That's why I've actually tried this route before when I was early learning, and I just prefer this this other route with the Dracilian armor. It's just, yeah, you just have a lot more. It feels easier through the arena. So I do like the kind of, hey, grab the zoom point in Puerto Valor early, though. Then you just zoom back over to it.
If you put both of the routes in a perfect RNG bubble, me going to Puerto Valor early saves a minute. About like 65 seconds or so. But because of the lack of defense that I have, the lack of safety that I have in terms of the extra MP, things of that nature, and then just how volatile the arena fights can become, they end up being which route do you prefer more? Do which one you like more. I'm an older runner. I've been doing DQ11 for quite a few years now, and this was the route that I kind of learned everything on, at least for the PC version, and I've just kind of gotten so comfortable with it that I don't like change. So I stick with it, especially since, again, I know in a bubble this is technically faster.
It would be better too if we didn't have to go grab the dragon scale, you know.
Yeah, at least with me going to just get the dragon scale, that takes way less time then going all the way through the well
Yeah.
and popping out on the other side and whatnot. So I'm still going to do the same thing. I'm going to come here to Octagonia, and I'm going to immediately leave. And then I'm going to go to the Dungershill Ruins and get almost all the same items. It's just I'm not going to go into the Deep Ruins to get the recipe book. The last item that I'm going to be grabbing in the Ruins of Dundersill is the Dragon Scale, which is a +8 to both strength and defense. Or is it +8 strength, +5 defense? I can never remember. But it's
Whatever,
a really,
it's-
really, really good skill. It's a really,
Yeah.
really good stat line for this portion. And again, it's another one of those items that really makes it easier for us to get through the arenas. We're also going to make sure that we touch that campfire in the Dundersill Ruins, because that's a zoom point that we'll utilize later.
Yeah, it would suck to actually. I've tried it. It sucks to do the arena without the dragon scale.
If there was a zoom point deep in the ruins of Dundersill, I would probably go for the Dracilian armor over the turtle shell.
Mm-hmm.
But you're just going so far out of your way.
Yep. That you have to come back to
To get
anyway.
It's a rough go of it for me. Yeah. Once I get the dragon scale, I'm gone. I'm back to Octagonia. So here in Octagonia, we find not only the rainbow, but we also find the yellow orb. The rainbow is given to first prize, and the yellow orb is given to second prize, and it's prizes for a tournament called the MMA tournament. And it's not your traditional MMA, it's masked martial arts. So it's the arena battles are teams of 2 pitted against each other, and winner moves on and loser goes home. So because we have so many of our friends who are capable of fighting, we decide, well, let's all enter this tournament. That gives us the best chance of winning first and second place, so we get both items. And Hero gets the lucky draw and is paired up with the tournament winner for the last couple of years, and Vince, who also, by the way, is the worst NPC party member that you can get. He's terrible. He's so unreliable.
Although
But he's what we got.
technically we're supposed to get Jade though, if you watch the cutscene. But then Rab steps in and says, "Hey, I have like dibs or something," and then we end up with Vince. I always like to joke, like, what if we would have had Jade instead?
How much time would it save if you didn't have to find the recipe? It's about a minute save in a perfect RNG bubble. So this is the first of many arena fights. We fighting the Abominable Showman and the Underdigger. Showman and Underdigger are very scary, especially with me having lower defense. Underdigger can do one of 2 things. He can either just punch you, or he can do a desperate attack. Showman can either attack you or split into 4.
I hope. What?
They are pepping super late. Also, in the arena, you get to see these special pet powers because the enemies get pet powers. I need Vince to heal me again before I can attack. I'm taking this very safe.
Yeah.
There it is. I'm gonna risk it. That hurt. If you lose in the arena, it's not game over. You just have to do the fight over again. Alright, we made it through the first one. Also, fun fact about the Abominable Showman. It's just like chat saying, it's about Lingor. But instead of it changing targets or changing to which one, like different spots in the party arrangement, it's always the first one. He never moves. So as long as you always target the first character slot, you'll always land. But we managed to make it through the first arena fight
Well,
relatively unscathed. It was a little slow, but we made it through.
Didn't skip bums away, unfortunately.
It's so hard to do it. You need a hard claw on Showman for that to work.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can get Vince to hit him like a couple times, I can usually get it.
Oof.
All right, these ladies mean business.
Yeah. So next fight is Cinderella and Wambolina. And Cinderella is really the big problem. Ooh, nice crit. She can just do so much damage with her magic because she has tier 1 and tier 2 skills. So typically though, your strats are pretty much always the same. Heal whenever you're about to get hit with a pep skill, or defend whenever you're about to get hit with a pep skill, and try to keep your HP as high as possible.
Oof. Our first death in the arena.
Oh no.
think you can handle me now. Let's turn up the heat.
These girls are not letting me
Let's get physical.
are not cooperating right now. Okay. I took a chance there.
Hey there, honey. Let's turn up the heat. Sis! Think you can handle me now?
Alright, straight into the next fight. This time we get to fight this really handsome guy named Sterling Sylv. And some kid with a boomerang.
Let's turn up the heat.
Uh-oh.
Feel the burn.
Sterling Sylv is T-posing on me. That's scary.
Yeah, who could those competitors be?
There we go.
Your guard down.
Alright, so we took Golden Boy out. Oh, he parried me. He T-posed on me again. Alright, there we go. Alright, now is the hardest fight of the group. We get to fight Rab and Jade. Rab and Jade are... This is a battle of attrition. You really just have to wait it out. Luckily, Rab has a limited amount of MP. And so the goal here is to just defend as much as you can and keep your HP as high as possible. Let Vince chip damage until Rab runs out of MP. And of course Vince is not healing me when I have 27 HP left.
The worst.
Do a little bit of damage here.
Don't let your guard down.
Show us what you've got.
So we're waiting until Rab basically runs out of MP, and he runs out of MP around the time he tries to cast Snooze the third time. Which should be this turn coming up. Pet Power number 2 is coming out, so I need to defend it. Now that Rab is out of MP, now it's just a matter of get him out of here. Nice Hard Claw. Once Rab's out of the way, then Jade pretty much falls quickly, as long as, you know, she doesn't crit me to death or anything like that. But hey, we managed to make it through.
Nice. Oh god, 1 health.
Oh, I didn't jump correctly. That's unfortunate. All right, so to catch you up on the story, right? We were in this tournament to try and win the tournament so that we can win the rainbow. And we did. We won the rainbow. But in the middle of the night, the contestant Jade was mysteriously kidnapped. And Rab came to us and said, hey, I need your help to try and find her. I think Vince was the one that kidnapped her. And we found out that in the orphanage, so there's an orphanage tied to the church in Octagonia that Vince lived in. Tied to that is these caverns underneath Octagonia. And we find out that Vince has kidnapped Jade and has brought her down here for some reason. And we find out that the reason why Vince has been winning all of these tournaments is because there's this evil spider thing down here who has been basically giving Vince these steroid potions to give him super strength so he can keep winning these tournaments and use the money to save the orphanage. And in exchange for that, Vince has to bring this spider monster able bodies that he can eat. And so we're going to put an end to that.
Hopefully in one go.
Yeah, so this fight is terrifying. This is the reason why this fight is the reason why Sylvando is the best healer in the game. He has access to some really, really sketchy skills. Nice to fuddle, I guess.
And for this fight, Rab is our AI helper.
And he does help, but not very much. Please stop
Sometimes
using
more than-
volley.
Yeah, sometimes more than others.
Okay, we got poison. I have to heal this. I can't oomph yet. Okay. Now I can... Yeah, I can definitely oomph now. I can afford to. Oh no. He's only spamming volley. I can't do anything.
Not a good start.
Stay focused.
Yeah, he's only spamming volley. I can't win, unfortunately.
You want some? Shut up, Ozzy. Here, honey. Hold on, sweetie.
Now he doesn't want to use any damaging skills. Oh, we got a chance now.
Ronnie, darling. Get the old blood pumping? Hey!
Oh my gosh, I have a chance. Um...
Perhaps this will help.
Well, I had a chance. Oh!
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
Oh! Uh...
I'm on fire. Let's get you patched up.
Perhaps this will help.
Oh my gosh, I got it. I think I'm gonna win.
Get it, get it.
Oh my gosh, I won.
Nice, GG's.
Oh, that's such a dumb fight, but I survived. I got down to only Veronica left.
Ta-da!
Oh man, that's the worst.
Oh, that's funny. Rab
come
actually
on.
landed like 3 zings. I can't believe, I actually legitimately cannot believe I won that. I lost a minute and a half doing it, but I still won.
Well, my whole party is like, okay, fuddle just about.
All right.
Sylvando!
Rab was definitely the MVP of that fight.
Okay, not as bad of a fight as you had, but still rough at the end there.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right. So now that that's all said and done, we saved Jade. We vanquished the big spider that was underneath of the ruins of Octagonia. We made Vince come clean about his steroid use issues. And Rab took both of the rewards for winning the tournament and stole them and said, hey, meet me in the ruins of Dundrasil. I'm going to tell you a story. And what we end up finding out about young Rab is actually the former king of Dundrasil, meaning that he's my grandpa.
It's all over.
We also get to see the grave sites of our mother and father, the king and queen of Dundrasil. We learn all about what happened and how things came to be. Rab also asks us to help him perform a rite of passage, essentially, that sends the spirits of the people of Dundrasil to the afterlife. And as we do this, you know, more turmoil occurs. So we get to have a little bit of alone time with Jade. We go on a walk. Jade talks to us about some stuff. Doesn't really tell us who she is, but we kind of figure it out. Jade happens to be the princess of Heliodor, and Heliodor is the city that is trying to capture and lock us away. And so she helps us escape by jumping off of a cliff and nurses us back to health in this random log cabin at the bottom of the cliff that we jumped off of. And now that we have the rainbow and new party members, we're supposed to go find the rest of the orbs. But we don't really feel like doing that.
Takes too long, you know?
Yeah, it's very slow. Very slow. We don't want to go around the world and find orbs. So instead, we're going to start getting strong. We're going to go hit the gym. Going to get swole. And preparations for the end of the Act 1 and beginning of Act 2. So the neat little thing that I get to do is after I get the rainbow, I get to instantly come back to Puerto Valor on a zoom point and progress story. So
Time save redeemed.
Yeah. So entering in here and talking to Rodrigo, I think his name was Rodrigo, the butler inside of the Puerto Valor mansion. He agrees to open the world gate for us. So now we have access to the rest of the world. And this is significant that we actually do this because this game is based on a chapter system. And so me opening up the world gate is the start of a brand new chapter in the story. And this is meaningful because I'm going to abuse 2D mode. Hold on one sec. I need to scroll a lot. So we'll sell this. Jade's Iron Claws.
So yeah, so not only is are we getting to grind in 2D mode, but we're using the chapter system to make sure that when we go to 2D mode, it saves it in that chapter at the beginning of that chapter, and so when we come out of it, we'll be back where we started. If you, for example, if you instead, after killing the spider, after getting the rainbow and all that stuff, you went to 2D mode. If you came back to 3D mode, you would no longer be at the same chapter of opening the gate to the sea, and you wouldn't have Jade, you wouldn't have Rab, you have to redo it. Ask me how I know.
Yeah, it's super rough when it happens. I've done it myself multiple times.
Because I've done it. All right, so what we're doing here is we're prepping for the grind. Selling some things, buying some things, doing some skill points. Giving Eric a boomerang because he's going to use that instead for a bit.
Ooh, I forgot to do something. Oh well, I can do it now. All right, so here we are utilizing the 2D battle system in order to grind experience. So what you're going to see me do and Jerika do every single turn is we are just going to defend over and over again.
Be kind, grind. Yes, exactly.
And what we are doing when we do this is we are trying to build up pet power. So what I want to do is I want to get Sylvando, or I want to get Jade, Hero, and Eric pepped first. They are the important ones. If those three are pepped, I get access to a skill called Hallelujah. Hallelujah gives you a random increase to your post-battle rewards by a random multiplier that spans between times 1.5 all the way up to times 3 and everything in between. And then after we do that, we're going to build up pep again on Jade and Hero. And use Sylvando to use Electrolyte. Electrolyte changes the party to metal slimes at a 75% click.
First mech.
Ooh,
Gotta hate it.
I managed to get 2 of the 3 kills. So again, because of the way that pep powers and stuff work, Pep gets to take complete priority over any other actions that get used. They always come out at the beginning of the fights, or at the beginning of the round of turns. So we can queue up a pep power and then queue up a whole bunch of skills immediately afterwards to try and vanquish metal slimes that may appear. And now that I have Metal Slash on Hero, I get access to another pep skill called Metal Medley, which does guaranteed damage against metal enemies, giving me basically a 100% chance of killing metal enemies if they spawn. That was a horrible Hallelujah roll, though, unfortunately. Platinum King jewels show up in this? So the electrolyte rolls on what comes out. What shows up in terms of like the metal enemies is completely based on whatever hero's current level is. So anything before level 19 on hero, you'll get 3 regular metal slimes. After level 19, you get 1 liquid metal slime and 2 regular metal slimes. After like level 28 or so, it'll be 3 liquid metal slimes, and then it just continues onward. Nice. Need one more encounter. I don't need to use Hallelujah for it, though. So the goal of this grind is to get hero to level 25.
Isn't Sylvando?
Both hero and Sylvando get to level 25 pretty much at the same time. You can get away with just Sylvando at level 25, but then it puts your experience at jeopardy to where right before you fight Gildiga, when you do that last menu, there's a chance that hero doesn't have enough experience.
Right.
So I tend to always try to just go for hero to level 25, so I don't have to worry about that ever.
We got a liquid, nice.
All right, we are done with my grind.
GG's.
So once the grind's done, we head right back to 3D mode.
Woohoo! Got an easy end.
Nice.
Only 1 mech.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
All right, so now that we're here, rectify hero swords. Jade spears. Hold on, I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah, I got lucky on that last fight. The liquid really brought me to it. I'm surprised. I usually only hit 24, 20 with the liquid there.
Oh no.
What?
Some of the skills not adding up or something?
Oh, yeah. I'm doing the skills. I'm doing the skill trees incorrectly.
Yeah. Land steady, yeah. Time worm. The time worm run is a kind of a crazy run. That involves doing all of the ticketing quests. You do hit any percent and true ending alone. Yeah, it's like a 10-hour run, 9-hour run. You basically get to visit like all of the Dragon Quest 1 through 10 along the way in 2D mode. It's kind of fun. It's a fun run. But there is only one break, just like in this run, there's only one break, so it is a lot to do a 9 or 10 hour run with only one break.
Mm-hmm. So coming up here is where we get to really do some funny stuff. So remember how I said we're supposed to go to the world and we're supposed to look for all of these orbs using the rainbow and all that stuff. But we don't want to do that. So we are going to go to Sniffelheim. And you're not supposed to really be at Sniffelheim. The game doesn't let you get there. But it lets you go past Sniffelheim. And we can get to the Arborean Highlands. And the Arborean Highlands is a very special map where we can do a PC exclusive glitch with the horse. That lets us create some shenanigans. And shenanigans we will create.
Alright, so as you can see, I'm going across the... So now we're technically basically out of bounds. Just by spinning the horse. And then once you're out to this spot, you're pretty good shape. But there is a spot there where you have to have your camera angle set to a certain angle. Otherwise, you can fall through the world and you end up back where you started, and you have to respin again. All right, come on, come on. Mountain climbing.
The reason why the Arborean Highlands map is so unique for this is because it's one of the few maps that has multiple different exits on the same map. And it just so happens that one of the exits on this map leads to the Yggdrasil area, which you're not supposed to be able to get to unless you have all 7 of the orbs. So we just go out of bounds and then access the Yggdrasil area way before we're supposed to. And then we get Yggdrasil as a zoom point, and then we go do some other things to help further the shenanigans. So now it's my turn. All right, so both of us got it first try.
Nice. Always good.
I was a little worried because in practice before we started, I was really struggling getting the skip. I don't really know why.
Yeah, sometimes it's not a... I don't know, sometimes even with the precise setup, it like gets stuck on the zone line and...
So, technically, if we really wanted to, we could go to the top of Yggdrasil and we can press on and start Act 2 right now. But there's actually a couple more things that we need to accomplish while we're in Act 1 to make Act 2 even more fast. So, we're going to run through the first forest, we're going to get to the top, and we're going to get to Yggdrasil, and that's a zoom point. And then we're going to zoom back to the strand where we saw Michelle. And Michelle is a very important NPC because, for one, she's only available in Act 1. And her quest line essentially has us go to this island called Honolulu. And because she's waiting for the love of her life, a man by the name of Kai, to come back to her. And he's been gone for so long, so she asks us to go find him for her. And so we decide that we're going to help because that's what heroes do. And during that quest, we get an item called the Bride's Veil. And the Bride's Veil basically lets us progress to the end of this quest line. And the reward for having the Bride's Veil, when we turn it over to whenever we turn it over to the Mermaid, is that she gifts us with an item called Lorelei's Harp. And Lorelei's Harp allows us to access these points in the water that are basically like warp points that let us get to different places with the boat. And this all is, general stuff, but what's significant about this is the game never intended for you to be able to take the Bride's Veil item into Act 2. So if we manage to take the Bride's Veil into Act 2, we can then turn that quest in during Act 2 because of the way that the flag system in this game works. And we abuse that to basically let us get Lorelei's Harp as soon as we start Act 2, which lets us skip so much of Act 2.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, so usually Jade, I believe, has the harp, and so rescuing Jade is fighting her in her jinxed form and then Booga back to back. But before you can even do that, you have to go to Restless Night and Gloomnivore, and there's just a whole lot of story and bosses you have to do.
Now, the downside, of course, to this glitch is, for all the Jade enthusiasts in chat,
Yeah.
we don't get to use her anymore unless we decide to do unless we decide to do a 3D, 2D, 3D swap.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the other nifty thing about the differences between 2D and 3D and being able to freely switch between them. When you get to certain chapters in one version or the other, and then you switch between them, the game really doesn't know how to handle it. The game kind of just assumes, well, if you're here, you must have done all of this stuff. So when you swap between the versions,
Here we go.
if you don't actually have those items, the game's like, well, you're in this chapter, so you have to have them, so we'll just give it to you. So it's a way for you to get items and characters in your inventory that you're not supposed to have. So if we really wanted to bring Jade, which is a kind of a backup part of safety strat, you could do a swap, but it's really not necessary.
Darkness, hear me.
We're also fighting Tentacular. It's DQ11's version of Calamari, but way easier because we're way higher level.
Yeah, and the tentacular fight is a kind of a gimme at this point because we're so overleveled. So we actually tend to put everybody on Shona Mercy except Sylvando, and he just gold rushes the heck out of it as well. Yeah, we don't even need the cannon, unlike on Glitchless.
Again, when in doubt, chat, and you have problems, chuck money at it. It'll go away. You just deal with the problems at that point. You deal with the problems slowly.
Yeah, get someone else to chuck money at him then.
I mean, nobody says that you have to throw a set amount of money. Could just be pennies. Correct. All right, so now that we've faced Tentacular, we've learned about that the Kai that we're speaking to is actually the grandfather or the grandson of the Kai that we're actually trying to find. So this generation of Kai is giving us the Bride's Veil and telling us to go talk to Michelle. And again, we really want to lie to her twice. Because telling her the truth breaks the game. But we won't have to worry about that until later.
Witness my true power.
But now that we have the Bride's Veil, it's time to start Act 2. Not going to grab the Yggdrasil Dew. Don't need it. Not doing
True
true ending stuff, so we don't need it.
It is a nice backup though, if you want. If you remember, you have it like in the fight and stuff. My problem is I often forget I even have it during the morning. Right?
Right.
Game's over. We lost. Yep. So yeah. So now we're gonna be into Act 2 starts, and this is only definitive edition, I believe. With seeing where the other characters kind of what happened to each of the side characters. So we're starting with Sylvando, and he'll kind of run around a lot, do a bunch and kind of build a band of merry boys. And then we'll eventually get to Jade and Eric and Rap, and then finally back to what happened to the hero.
So the time that's being displayed on the stream is the like real time. I'm not entirely sure like what time was submitted as the estimate, whether it was load removed time or actual real time. So the estimate is what,
440.
Yeah, that's real time. That's a decent real time.
That's decent.
Does Sylvando run the fastest, or is he just used to the overworld for style points? No. So in this is the scenarios. So after the world tree falls, our party gets scattered across the world, and in the normal gameplay, after the world tree falls and Act 2 starts, you're just a fish, and all your party members are gone, and no, you don't really know what's going on. So whenever they re-release the game onto the Switch in the definitive edition, they added in side content to explain what happened to each party member after the world tree fell. And the first scenario that we're going through is what happened to Sylvando. And it just so happens that Sylvando, his entire scenario is basically just a running simulator. And you have to go from Gondolia all the way back to Hoto on foot. And it's a slog.
Yeah. New meaning to speedrunning.
Why was this not on the original? No idea. They just kind of didn't think about, would the player ask questions as to, okay, well, the world tree fell. Why does Sylvando have a troop of dudes parading around the world trying to make the world happy? Why does Eric not have any memories of anything that's occurred? Why is Jade evil?
Yeah.
You know? They just kind of never thought that the player would ask that until they started asking those questions, and then the developers were like, oh, well, maybe we should answer those questions. I mean, yeah, I will agree with that. But to know that Sylvando is trying to save the world by making people smile, and his way of making people smile is to find the most flamboyant men in the world walk with him and parade around is kind of fitting and very hilarious. They do. But we'll never see it. Because we set Sylvando up to just throw money at problems to fix things.
Yeah.
We don't need pep, we need money.
Yeah, we actually don't use a lot of pep in the end game.
Also, if you want to see some dudes doing the can, now's your opportunity.
Exactly, Blind Umpire. That's what we like. But because of that, we have to make sure Sylvando has, especially in this little run, because we are going to use Gold Rush on the mini boss fight we're going to come across here.
So earlier in the run, I think Jerika does it as well. Right before we fight the spider in Octagonia, there's a chest that you can find on top of one of the rooftops that has an item called the Star of Clarity. And the way that Gold Rush works is you spend 1,000 gold and then you do 350 damage to every enemy that's on the screen. So it takes 3 gold rushes to kill the final mini boss of this scenario, and you only spawn in with into Sylvando scenarios with exactly 3,000 gold. But you need to use 1,000 of it for the first fight to beat up the thugs in Gondolia. So you need 4,000 gold, and it just happens to work out really, really good that we put the Star of Clarity on Sylvando right before we fight the spider to give him a 10% boost to his confusion resistance, and then sell it during his scenario to give us that extra gold rush that we need in order to beat the Cyclops. Again, that nifty little gold routing that comes into play that just so happens to work out really, really nicely. I accidentally touched the lump wizard.
Boo, lump wizard.
I thought I was far enough away from it, but I was not.
So next up we have Jade. And we get to find out how she goes from Jade to Jinx Jade, but we don't really care too much because we're not going to have to fight her.
The only thing that's really nice from Jade's scenario is it's the one really good bathroom break that you could use for the run. Nice Kaishin. All right. So now that we've done everything that we need to do and being heroic, we can go to Hoto. All right, chat. Get a good look at her. It's the last time you'll see her for a while. You also get to see her in a bunny suit, so it's nice. So what we do here is we give Jade the trident. We also give Jade 2 of the rock bomb shards. And then cast multi-thrust.
Go get him, Tiger.
Blast off!
Did someone say rock?
This ought to help.
Did one of you saps call for Kazap?
Is it even possible to lose these fights? No. Because if you die, you're wearing a very special piece of armor that you can get late game, but you get to wear it now, and it's called the hair-raising suit. And what the hair-raising suit does is anytime that Jade dies, she gets resurrected with full HP and MP. Hopefully, I die here.
Time to get back in the game.
I don't. Oh well.
This ought to help.
So I'm going to set my tactic to show no mercy again. And then I'm going to wait until I die before I walk away. Oh no, I got to be full HP. Never mind. I can't go walk away then. Okay, now I get to go to the bathroom. Right back.
All right, so for Eric finds himself kind of trapped as a prisoner, and with this heel slime that's like a friendly heel slime named Heliodor. It's a great name. So with the help of Heliodor, Eric tries to escape this like dungeon area. Yes, trust the heel slime. I just love the name Heliodor. It's hilarious.
Ooh, I made it back just in time.
Nice. All right, we're gonna dodge a couple mobs. We're going to do a couple fights, and that'll kind of be Eric's little thing as he tries to escape. I also like to grab this rock bomb shard. It makes the first fight about 1 or 2 turns faster.
This scenario with Eric and Heliodor is just purely a Ragnar and Healy call out or call back. You can't change my mind.
What game's that from?
DW4.
4, okay. So Eric, during these fights, is going to use some knives abilities. The first one, it puts the mob to sleep, and the second one, it will do major damage if the mob is asleep.
Fizzle, Heliodor does turn into a human at the end. It turns out that Heliodor is actually the seer.
Yep.
Who told Eric in the beginning to go find the luminary and help the luminary, which is why he's helping us.
Nice.
Story spoilers indeed. Story spoilers in a speed run. Who would have
Yep.
thought? Yeah, but the slime turns back into a human. That counts, right?
And stay down.
Really? I got counter hit first toe.
Sweeper hit. Night. It's over.
All right, here we have another fight where we want Eric to die fast. Unfortunately, I do grab an extra knife that gives him dual wield here, and this is where the downside is if it paralyzes on this fight, then it's less damage going on Eric fast enough. And then this fight, we're just going to defend. We have superpowers at this point in the story. It's temporary superpowers the Seer has given us. Actually, I forget if she's... I think she was still Elijah when she... Like, I don't think she's revealed herself yet. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Elijah basically says, hey, I have the power to save you, but it's going to cost you all of the memories that you have.
That's it.
Do you want it? And Eric's like, well, my memories won't help me if I'm dead. So he takes the power of the Kaioken and decides to take the power and live. But the thing is Eric doesn't really lose his memories so much, so that he gets them back but chooses to not remember on purpose.
Oh yeah, they're like bugging him at first, like it's messing with him. Because Eric is smart. So Rab here is gonna do... Rab's kind of in a weird scenario. Right now he's experiencing like the past. And he's gonna be experiencing like what would have happened, like if the hero hadn't been taken from his home and Dundersill destroyed when he was a baby. And this bunny girl that Rab is around, it seems like she has something to do with this. And here we're going to experience like what would have happened if the hero got to grow up as a kid in the castle.
If Dundersill never was destroyed.
Yeah.
But hey, look, Rab he's just an old man trying to chase some bunny tail. Also, Rab, for a short guy, has the bunny hops. How high he jumps.
Yeah, it's true. So Rab kind of calls the bluff of the bunny. He's like, this isn't real. This is great, but this isn't real. And I know that Mortigan's out there. I need to help. And so I want to train. And so Grandmaster Pang, his teacher from when he was a kid, starts to train him in this, we didn't even know it at the time, like some kind of weird dimensional pocket.
Grandmaster Pang is the real best girl of the Dragon Quest XI world. Also, it's really, really funny because in this scenario with Rab meets his son-in-law, King Erwin, and King Erwin is like, hey, can you do my king duties because my son's going to be born today? And you're like, sure, I'll do your king duties. And then as soon as you get there to do the king duties, if you just turn around and leave,
yeah,
you're just like, nah, never mind, I'm not doing them.
So yeah, now we're back to the hero fight. So I believe this is where you start without the scenarios, I mean, when you start Act 2. And so yeah, we're a fish. I believe the Queen of the Mermaids had to I think to heal the hero as well as maybe turn him into a fish so he could be down here with the mermaids to heal.
Yeah, it was, we need to save the Luminary, and we need to hide him from the forces of evil while he's being healed.
Yeah. And so while we're here, she's gonna, through her crystal ball pearl, she's gonna show us like what has happened to the worlds while the hero's been healing, sleeping. Yes, fish. And while this whole thing is happening, Alizarin has been taking sending a huge attack on Nautica, the mermaid's special bubble of a world under the sea. And so the queen is just trying to keep the Luminary safe, and will end up kind of pushing him off to get back out on land and be human again.
The idea of keeping the Luminary as a fish to hide him from the evils of the world no longer works.
Yeah.
Because they figured it out. We also grab a one-handed sword, the Zombie's Bane, while we're here because it's just a direct upgrade to what we're currently rocking.
Okay.
And so this is the world now. Kind of this weird, like, dark lavender haze. And the sun is blotted out.
How to spot evil. Eternal darkness.
So we're going to make our way back to town, and somebody's there. And we're going to find out that the hometown is now the last bastion of hope of humanity in this general region.
And not only is it the last bastion of hope, it's run by the King of Heliodor, who kind of started all of this.
Exactly.
But then you kind of find out that it wasn't really the King of Heliodor that started all of this. It was Mortigan who was possessing the king. Which was why the king was trying to capture the Luminary, because the Luminary was the only one that could stop him. So he was spreading lies and rumors and stuff like that, saying that he's actually the Darkspawn, he's bad.
Yep. So for the first time since the beginning of the game, we get to see family and friends again.
Also, the best NPC gets to come back for a visit, and we get to see Sandy.
Yeah.
So the next couple of fights are super, super scary in in PB attempts, because it's just you. You're all by yourself. You don't have anybody except for Hendrik. But the nice thing is, at least Hendrik is an NPC character, so he has, you know, unlimited HP. Hendrik just likes to troll though. He's kind of similar to Vince, and he can sometimes be super helpful or sometimes be like completely useless.
Yep.
He has access to 4 different things that he can do. He can basic attack, he can use Kabuff, he can use mid heal, or he can use forbearance. Forbearance is the absolute best thing that he can do more often than not, because he just absorbs all the damage that enemies deal. And because he just deals, or he just absorbs all the damage, you can't die and you can just do damage. I scrolled too far.
Yeah, we like Henny Wendy when he does the. Saying no, yeah. You have to wait and see. Maybe Square is. I don't know.
One will only find out by watching the entirety of the marathon.
Exactly.
Good headless honcho fight.
Nice. Mine required some heals from Hendrik, unfortunately.
No, Hendrik tried to punch the headless honcho like 3 times and got parried every time. Well, at least you're taking damage and not letting me get hit.
Yeah.
All right. So rather than hole up in the Lost Bastion, or the Last Bastion, trying to repel all the enemy attacks, the King of Heliodor decides, I have an idea. We're going to send our best 2 fighters, and we're going to storm the castle. So they're sending the Luminary, and they're sending Hendrik all the way out to Heliodor Castle, where the enemies are all holed up at, to try and stop them at the source.
Kind of leaving the last bastion kind of not completely defenseless, but you know there is a worry that like maybe they won't be able to do it without their two best fighters.
I don't know. Tyrion's kind of hard.
Yeah, Tyrion's a pain in the. All right, there's a bunch of skips in here. Some scarier than others.
And some of these dodges that Jerika's doing look really easy, but if you're ever so slightly off, you're getting into an encounter. And if you get into an encounter here, it's a pain because you have to. It's such a low chance for you to actually flee. So in other Dragon Quest games, the way that the flee mechanic works, it's basically a 50-50 up to 4 tries. In this game, you can increase your flee chances by having a character try to flee that has a high deftness stat. Hero has a very bad one, so his flee chances very, very low. But it still has the mechanic of if you fail to flee 3 times in a row, the 4th try is guaranteed.
Thank God.
So there's at least that. But if you get to the 4th turn, it's usually pretty bad.
Yeah. Especially, you know, speedrunning, you're low level, all that fun stuff. Minimal gear. Nice thing about this boss fight is this is the autosave right here. So if the boss fight goes bad, you don't have to go through the whole dungeon, unlike several other bosses in this run.
Is the silver lining in a bad situation, for sure.
Yeah.
Victory will be ours.
So we're successfully in the castle, but we don't know how to get to the throne room because the path is blocked. But luckily, even though the hero doesn't have any of his luminary powers, he can still touch Yggdrasil roots and see the past. And then we get to learn that the king of Heliodor actually has a really bad sweet tooth. So to curb his sweet tooth, he had his servants build a tunnel that goes directly from his bedroom to the kitchen. And we touched an Yggdrasil leaf, or Yggdrasil root, to learn about this. And sure enough, when we go to the kitchen and we move a piece of furniture out of the way, we find a set of stairs that leads directly to his bedroom. All right, Satyrian fight, pretty straightforward. He's got a set turn order. He's going to do one action, then two actions, then one action, then two actions, back to back to back. We really want Hendrik to either heal us or use Kabuff or use Forbearance. Basically anything that's going to help prevent us from getting hurt. Magic water.
Ooh. Fuck. Oof.
That's really unfortunate. Guess that could have been worse, though.
Get the pep. I took the pep.
I had Kabuff on at least, so it wasn't the worst.
Oh, yeah.
Hendrik's not really absorbing any damage, but he's also making sure that I don't die.
Which is nice.
So I'm gonna take the chance. Yeah, it was worth it. Both of us first tried Tyriant, which is really nice.
It's always good. Does not always happen.
It affects her whenever she has no weapons equipped, but it also does help when she has knuckle-based weapons.
Once again, it's raining in the Mango Grove.
Luckily, at this point, there's not as many enemies, so it's not not as bad. Hmm. All right. So now that we saved the Lost Bastion from Tyrant and the forces of evil coming out of the Heliodor castle, the King of Heliodor is like, yeah, we don't really need you guys anymore. So go find your friends, go finish saving the world. So Hendrik and I decide to do that exactly. So we'll head through the Mangle Grove, and we're going to go over here to where we fought Tricky Devil at the very beginning of the fight, the game. And there just so happens to be this new log bridge that we can run across. And it lets us get to an area that we normally haven't been to before. So we get to Costa Valor. Still don't have access to the horse hailer right now, so we just have to do a lot of running on foot. But luckily for us, there is a campfire up here that we're going to touch to get a zoom point for later. And we can also get the horse itself, because there's a bell right here. So first stop, after getting the horse, we're going to go to Mount Pangla. And at the top of Mount Pangla is an area called Shangri-La, where normally the Prince of Dundrasil, or the heir to the Dundrasil throne, would go and train. And since I haven't done that yet, Hendrik is taking me to go do that.
Along the way, you also pick up a recipe book that is very important. It will help us make some really uber weapons later.
Dang. I thought I got the 1% drop.
Oh, the Dragon's Vein?
Yeah.
Worm
I got a drop, but it was just a dragon's horn.
Oh, okay.
So the recipe book that Jericho was talking about teaches us how to make dragon-based weapons. So one-handed Dragon's Bane, sword, and then two-handed Dragon's or Worm Fang is what it's called. Really strong two-handed weapons and really strong one-handed weapon. Those enemies, those shining enemies that we have to fight in order to progress, have a 1% drop chance of Dragon's Bane, and I've gotten it all of one time.
I've never gotten it.
It saves like 10 seconds getting it. Because now you don't have to craft it. So here we are in Angela. And we meet the High Llama, which just so happens to be a weird mix of Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender and Krillin. And we're offered, training services and whatnot for the Luminary to get stronger, but then we find out that there's somebody at the top of the mountain that's not supposed to be there. And so we're going to go investigate.
And it's a skinny hermit who's gone into the void.
It is time to... Another?
Alright, so Rad's fight has a bunch of RNG,
Your...
but there's definitely like a script that we try.
It's the most RNG heavy scripted fight in the game.
Show me your strength.
For sure. Make sure to be full HP before you start the fight. Learned that too many times the hard way. It's funny how we figure out that the hermit that's up here, the skinny hermit, is actually Grandpa, because right next to him is a copy of Ogler's Digest, which is this game's version of Playboy magazine. It's
Yeah.
so funny to me.
Alright, here we go. We want the shadows to not do damage, preferably. That's decent. Okay, cool. And then the other one didn't get a turn. So basically that last turn, we're banking on the two shadows not both doing like Crackle or Zam. Because it will kill us.
Quadra Slash. Giga Slash. Quadra Slash. Grando Crosso. Nice parry. That pretty much seals it. Oh no, we killed Grandpa. It also makes me happy to see, like, Rab's back to normal size, and he's like, yeah, I'm good. All I had to do was just eat one meal. I'm good.
Yeah.
Rectify. Swords. Shields. And axes.
So we're getting Hendrik a really awesome ability called Unbridled Blade that he will use to be some major DPS for till the end of the run, actually.
Earlier, we were using a two-handed skill on hero called Cutting Edge. Unbridled Blade is like the tier 2 skill of that, so it's just like twice as strong for using more MP. It's kind of busted that he can just do 650 damage every turn using that skill if he's oomphed. And then it's also really kind of broken that he has a skill called Double Up, which just gives him full double oomph at the cost of a little bit of reduced defense. So yeah, Hendrik's just... He's a tank. He's like a better Yangus, which hurts my soul saying. Since he has the access to self buffs.
All right, so our gold route makes it so we can do this here. Where now's the time we're forging the Dragon's Bane and the Wormfang after we meet up with Sylvando, or first meet up with Sylvando. And we make sure to turn off the parade outfit for the hero, because if you don't, you're just slowly walking and waving the whole.
So the cool thing about the definitive edition, whenever you fail normally at the fun size forge, I said that weird, but whenever you fail at the fun size forge, it normally you lose all your items. But then the game also has this thing where if you use weapons to if you use weapons to... I'm trying to talk and I can't. If you use your gold to buy the ingredients to make a piece of gear, it won't force you to lose the items. It just gives you the items at the worst possible outcome, which for us is still completely fine, because turns out even at +0, the Dragon's Fang and the Dragon's Bane and the Worm's Fang are still really strong.
It's awful. Terrible. Witness the power of a true disciple.
So I don't know whose audio is currently playing right now, if it's mine or if it's Jerika's. But if mine is playing, for those who like Dragon Ball Super and listened to it or watched it the superior way of dubbed instead of, or subbed, not dubbed, then you'll get to hear the voice actor that they had for Avaranth is the same voice actor in the Japanese anime as Frieza. It's kind of cool.
Don't let your guard down.
So yeah, Vareth is kind of annoying because the fight starts off with Fizzle, I believe, that makes it so you can't cast any spells. So we're using the highest damage abilities from all three of our characters that we have control over to try to take Avarth down. And the really annoying thing is, so nobody can heal, and then Avarth likes to cast Snooze as well. And so Hendrick's our highest damage dealer, and so we definitely don't want him sleeping if we can help it. So yeah, so there's basically after a couple turns, either Hero will probably get access to their spells again and they can heal. Hero also, we try to put a Perfect Panacea on the Hero, and that will wake Hendrick up if he does get go to sleep. So that's one thing to work around as well. But yeah, otherwise it's heal, sap, try to bounce Hendrick to keep him from getting snoozed again as well. Just depends on timing and who comes out of the fizzle the fastest.
Yeah, with Fizzle being a random number of turns before it's cured, that fight can get really out of hand quick if not careful. All right, so we have one more place that we have to go now that we have Sylvando back, and that's to Sylvando's dad's house, where we meet Don Rodrigo. And in the process of meeting Don Rodrigo, we accidentally stumble across Eric, who has no memories of where he is or who he is or anything like that. We also get to do the fun thing with the Sea Strand and the glitch. Because remember, we're in Act 2, right? And we know we're in Act 2 because if you look at the sky, it's all doom and gloom and stuff, right? Well, things will change here in a little bit. We have just a few cutscenes and a little bit of downtime here while we're running around inside of Puerto Valor. Also, we find out that Sylvando's name's not actually Sylvando. His name is Robert. But because Puerto Valor is trying to be Puerto Rico, they got to make it Roberto.
Yeah.
They changed a lot of the names. So like if you play the game in English, you have all of the English names of the characters. So Sylvando or Roberto, and then you have Hendrik and Rab and Jade and all that stuff, right? But for me, because I have the Japanese voice actors on, you get their Japanese names, which is really funny because his name isn't Hendrik. His name is Greg, and her name is not Jade. Her name is Martina. Hot lick, sobering slap, tap dance, charm. 30. Agility, charm 40.
We don't do hot lick and sobering slap, right?
Say again?
We don't do hot lick and sobering slap again, right?
You can. It's either you can do that or you can forego them and give a little bit. You can give the plus 10 charm boost.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like you get a little bit more healing, or you have the chance of doing some damage, or what's it called? Being able to get a status affliction off somebody. I tend to go for a hot lick and sobering slap just because. Sobering slap has saved me too many times. Also, so look, remember, it's all doom and gloom, right? But when we get to the strand, now it's kind of bright and sunny. And hey, look, you're not supposed to be here. So you lie to Michelle twice, and she gives you Lorelei's harp. And you're not supposed to have Lorelei's harp like this. So now that we have Lorelei's harp, we can head north here to the pillars of light. And normally when you go to this pillar of light under like normal game circumstances, you fight Alzarin, who is a really tough boss. But yeah, we don't do that.
Nah. We don't like doing that. So. Yeah. We just said nah.
Again, downside, no more Jade.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess if you guys really want to see her, I'll show her. I can show her.
What, are you gonna do the 2D, 3D?
No. When you're in Sniffelheim, she's there.
Oh.
Because the game never intends for you in Act 2 to be in Sniffelheim without have gotten the Lorelei's harp, and the only way to get Lorelei's harp in 2D mode or in Act 2 is by saving Jade. So she, as the NPC, still appears in in certain places, even though she's not active in your party.
Okay. Also, silly, weird glitches stuff. We can walk right through this church door.
So, because we also skipped... There's Jade, by the way. Because we skipped defrosting Sniffelheim in Act 1, the actors that point to certain things never got removed. So the pointers that point to like the ice that blocks certain doors and things like that don't exist. The flags that say, hey, you should open up all of these doors that are supposed to be opened don't exist. but their hitboxes still don't exist. So like you'll see random times where I'm walking and the pointer will point at something that's not there. And that's the reason why. Because we never fought Crystalina or anything like that. And then usually whenever you do this scene under normal circumstances, the church door is open. Which is why you can just walk through it when it's closed.
Right, okay. Reminds me of the glitch where if you do the true ending run glitch, when you get back to Arborea, everyone except the hero is back to level 1.
Mm-hmm. So the way that the game does things when it comes to going into Act 3, whenever you turn all of the orbs in to the priest in Arborean Highlands, the game takes a picture of your current party's level, and it's like, all right, cool, I now have this saved. And whenever you go into Act 3, you're basically going back in time to that exact point, right? So because you're going back there, the game tries to keep a record of what your current level was. But since we did the out of bounds and skipped all of that, there's no record of like anything for your characters. So game defaults everybody to level 1. Very funny. And then you have to fight like 2 bosses with a level 9 party. And that's fun. What am I doing?
Oh. I forgot to do my equips when we got Eric back, so I gotta do it now.
Not bad.
Once everybody gets all their skills and stuff back, the party is pretty much set. But there is a little bit of interchanging that you can do. Fight gold with gold.
So at this point, Eric kind of stays in the back because he doesn't have his... He's not fully up to power yet.
He lost all of his memories, so he has no skills.
Yeah.
The only thing that he can do is cast Rubble Rouser, which kind of bad.
Yeah, we use it on glitchless, but it still kind of sucks.
We also want him to stay alive as long as humanly possible because he needs the experience.
Yeah.
If he gets the experience, then if he gets all the experience from this point forward until the end of the run, he will have just enough experience to get enough skill points to not only have Fatal Flash, which is one of his strongest sword skills, but he'll also have Divide, and he'll have the ability to dual wield. So he just pumps out damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get dual wield until after Jasper. So it's just the last couple fights that we get to use dual wield.
Also, Gildenhall Maze, always fun to run around.
Yeah.
I've gotten lost in this place so many times over the years that like I'll never forget how to navigate this place.
Right. It's even worse in the time worm run because you end up having to go run backwards through it, and it's like different, and yeah.
Yeah. Those guys were in a weird spot. No, 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 no. I tried to open a door and there was an enemy nearby, so the game was like, oh, crossbow?
Oh boy.
So Gildiga is another really, really scary fight. It can go south really quickly if she targets the wrong characters. She gets 2 actions per turn and she has 3,600 HP. Did not land the blunt. Got the sap though.
That's something.
Put my 2 healers and turn my 2 healers into gold though, which is
Oh,
a little sketchy.
I got the 2 DPS situation.
Bye, hero. It's fine.
Alright, hero's dead.
It's fine.
Well, we made it.
Oh, mercy.
Another day, another bear's life in the old dog yet.
Oh no. Both of my attackers are dead.
Oh crap.
Oop. Got Hendrik to come back though.
Nice.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not.
Yeah, this is one of the one of the RNG heavy fights on this run. In comparison, when you run this on glitchless, you have Jade, and it just and you're higher level, and so it just feels a lot smoother.
Oh no. Okay, I lived.
Woohoo!
Sylvando was the only one that lived.
Oh my god. We've had some really close calls this run.
Well, Eric also survived too, so it's like whatever. But
oh yeah. Ideally.
the two important ones.
I got your back. Let's go. Catch me if you can. Ha ha. Take.
Very unfortunate already. When everybody gets paralyzed, just about.
Here goes nothing. Wait,
Come on, then everybody gets knocked down. Well, I think this is going to be a redo.
multi-heal.
I need to do something I don't normally do before this fight starts and rest at the campsite.
All right, well.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yep, that Auroral is just it never goes as planned, but if 3 people get paralyzed, it's really unfortunate. First turn.
So rest at the campsite there, just so that way I can get all of my MP and HP back. Since
Oh, shoot.
everybody was dead at the beginning of last fight. Or at the end of last fight, rather.
I got your back. I'm ready for anything.
Oh, I did not plan this well.
Here you go, laddie. This'll soften him up. You're not gonna like this.
Well, we got it. Second try.
I just finished the fight myself.
So yeah, that fight is interesting. So you basically want to protect Eric from the paralyzed, because now we're going to use divide to make Eric have doppelgangers, and then fatal flash. It'll make him do triple damage. But that means it takes 2 turns for Eric to actually do his damage. And so to accomplish that and hope he doesn't get paralyzed, we get him buffed up, and then we put him in the back. And then once the dragon takes his turn, we try to do the Eric Uber damage there.
Score 1 for the good guy.
Come on. Okay. A little shortcut if you can get the first or second try. I did not do that well. Oh, come on.
All right. Now Serena's joined the party. So we're buying the Ethereal Shield for Serena and equip. Ministers. Flowing Dress. Hold on. Where? I got turned around so badly there.
Yeah, Booga and Jinx Jade are a pain in the butt. That's why we just say nah, we don't want to.
All right, chat. Which one is it? You have to pick one: short-haired Serena or long-haired Serena. So far, almost dead even split.
Dead even split?
I'm saying chat's between short hair or long hair. It's pretty much right down the middle.
I hear a lot of people like short more than anything usually.
I can see the appeal of both. Where's Freedom at? It's time for him to sing.
Yeah. Flying whale in the sky.
You ain't gonna get me to sing. I can't do it. So we got the whale and a cetacea. Is that how you? I can't.
Yeah, I think
remember. And we end up coming up here to Havens Above, and we meet this one Majin Buu looking character, who gives us the. Is it the guiding light?
Something like that. Yeah.
It's been so long since I've watched any of these cutscenes, I forget everything.
Yeah.
But we're basically told touch all these Yggdrasil saplings to learn about how the sages of old were able to break the seal that Mordegon put over his castle back in the day, and it teaches us to go get this material, the rarest material in the world called rarefied orichalcum, and then we have to go get the forging hammer that you normally can find in Gallipolis, and then you have to find the forge to make the Sword of Light. So the first place that we're going is Gallipolis. And when we get here, it's all doom and gloom here too, and we learn that Erdwin's lantern, which is this giant thing in the sky, is slowly descending upon the world, and everybody's scared it's going to crash and blow everything up. So, Prince Ferris is all big and brave now, so he's like, I'm going to go save the world again. And so we go follow him to make sure that he doesn't kill himself. And, Mordegon ends up coming in out of nowhere right before it falls and blows up Erdwin's lantern. And Prince Ferris can then take credit for it because nobody really knows what happened.
That's what he does. That confused me so much on my first. I don't know how people don't play Act 3 and like they just stop at Act 2. It's just like there's still some things that don't add up.
Yeah. Why did Mordegon smash Erdwin's lantern?
Why did Mordegon save us? That's that's why it's like, what the.
No.
And then, spoilers, it's because, Mordegon was once a good guy.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, they had such a good bromance going.
Make sure to talk to the Sultan twice. Because if you don't talk to the Sultan twice, in about 20 minutes, you're very sad.
Yes. Will not have the forging hammer. One of my most favorite parts of the run is.
Oh, I'm doing it.
So, one of the cool things about this game is there's no fall damage.
I wasn't talking about fall damage. I was talking about something else. I'm going to do it.
Oh.
I don't care. So here we are in the battleground, and this is where we found, when we examined the Yggdrasil roots, we found out that this is where we could find the rarefied orichalcum. And not only can we find the rarefied orichalcum here, we can also find the bunny girl to end all bunny girls. Who has been up here training meticulously in the art of the ultimate puff puff. Would you guys like to see it?
The best puff. Jason.
All right. So there's just random bunny girl chilling here, and if you talk to her, she's like, "Hey, handsome, you fancy a puff puff?" And then she runs away. So, like, of course, you're gonna go chase her, right? And here she is. I don't know if the audio is on mine. Time to take the plunge, darling. 3, 2, 1. Bungee. There is, Tom. There is a puff puff percent category.
Yep, there sure is.
Party talk. That was unlike any puff puff I've ever seen before. I mean, what is this puff puff of which you speak? The word is most unfamiliar to me. Perhaps we should speak of other things instead, such as the weather or swords. I like swords.
Oh, Rab.
No, that was Hendrix live.
Oh, that was Henry.
That's totally worth 3 minutes lost.
Alright, since you do that, I'll have to do Ghost Jade.
Nah. I mean, if you want to.
If y'all want to see Ghost Jade, we can do only if y'all want to see. Because, you know, we don't get to see Jade anymore.
There's still so much RNG left in the run that, you know, we still have to fight Tatsunaga.
Yep. That's the really hard one, I feel like. And, well, no, Jasper and Morty. But Indignus is usually not too bad. I usually get bad touch RNG. At least the second one. Sometimes the first one too, like knocking down everybody in the party.
Stay focused.
Yeah, it's very easy to feel mixed feelings about Miko. Because, yeah, you can understand that she's trying to do, and she's willing to do anything to save her son. But at the same time, she's willing to do anything to save her son.
Yeah.
See ya. Victory is ours.
And then, like, there's also a part of me that's kind of, like, a little upset because, Miko is trying to feed these kids' mom to Tatsunaga.
Yeah.
And then you look at their mom and you're like, okay, that's why. Because she's bigger.
Oh.
And I'm just like, that's rude.
Hadn't thought about that.
At least that was the first thing that popped in my head when I saw that. Because you look at all the other people of Hodo, and it, you know, wow, you could have picked anybody else.
Right. All right, here we go.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Stay focused. Time to duck and dive. Unfold. I almost feel bad about this. You have my sword.
Of course he knocks down Eric.
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
Stay alert. How do you like us now?
Okay, but we did it.
Nice. Getting through it first try is always good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
My strength grows ever greater.
It's almost my turn, though. All right, Tatsunaga. Okay, nobody died. It's fine. Nice.
All right, if y'all want to see Ghost Jade, show that. I'll show up to that part of the cutscene. Skip it from there.
Okay.
And died off screen. So basically, there's this scene where they all take a turn at swinging the hammer, and when it's Jade's turn, it's just a hammer in the air. Because she's glitched out. You notice Jade's not here, as far as we can. Alright, so.
Got him.
GG's.
Nathan.
Okay, so Eric says his thing. Sylvando says his thing. With some flamboyant flashiness, of course. Rab says his thing. And Jade is just a hammer in the air. There it is.
He doesn't exist.
I thought it was my job to stand behind
Oh, Ghost Jade. First time I saw that on accident, and I was like, what the frick? Cracked up. Flying well in the sky.
Okay. We're actually on pace to be way ahead of, I think we're on pace to be ahead of estimate here. A little bit ahead of estimate.
Boo, no sap.
The fact that you go for sap there instead of blunt is...
No, I do blunt too.
Oh.
I blunt landed, but
Something I do instead of, if like I don't get blunt to land first, I'll just kabuff.
yeah.
Pretty much does the same thing.
Oof, Eric, buddy. Hang in there.
Need a little.
Come on, leave Eric alone. Well, that's not good. Well, that could have gone better.
Got blunt to land.
Oh no.
And sap. Wow.
Nice.
Ever greater.
Big damage.
All right, so the final dungeon is just a lot of dodging, just avoiding mobs, and then some of the
Big
bigger ones.
crit.
Some of the bigger ones are just like you can completely just walk around them, and if they don't come after you to get through a door.
All right. I'm right behind her.
GG's. It's funny, I said Indignious isn't usually too bad, and then I had a really bad Indignious.
Yeah, I got really lucky and I landed both the sap and double blunt, so it was just like absolutely free at that point.
Nice.
I forgot to change Rab out for Hendrik on the correct
Oh.
turn. So I got back to Rab's turn and I was like, oh, what do I do with him?
Right, yeah.
Guess I'll just cast another blunt, and it landed. I was just like, all right, well,
That's funny.
guess I'm just casting Kaswoosh every turn with Serena. Oh. Dang on crossbow.
Yeah, I hate that thing. I wish you could just turn it off.
If only. Lots and lots of running around the Fortress of Fear.
Yep.
I just couldn't imagine doing this in the original, like, vanilla version on 3D, because there wasn't a sprint button then.
Oh.
I don't think. Could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it was just normal run speed. It was all you had.
Yeah, that would suck. Okay, this skip's kind of fun. We just kind of walk gauntlet thing. Or I forget which mace. These headless horsemen sometimes are weird. Sometimes if they aggro, they run like right at you at a weird angle.
Yeah. I just try to give all of the enemies in this area just like the widest berth possible.
Yeah, exactly. And the dragons, the big old dragons, if a single piece of their tail touches you, you're in that. And they extend that thing way out sometimes.
If only Freedom was here, he would remind us the dragon dodge is literally free. For those that don't understand that joke, I've been running this game for quite a while now, and there's this one enemy that blocks one of the switches that you have to press in order to get to the Jasper fight. And even after all of these years, I still can't do this dodge to save my life. And I got Freedom Pulse 97 to start picking up this run a couple years back. First couple of tries, he figured it immediately out. Gets it every single time, and he loves to rub it in my face that Dragon Dodge is literally free.
Yeah, I can do it a lot of the time, but not every time. And I only do it through the wing, not the tail, when he's trying to get out of it. Alright, here we go. Alright, he moved, he let me in. Wyvern Toyota over Dragon Dodge.
That's a good one.
Alright, now getting out's the tricky part. So I like to go out this way. Cool, there we go. Doesn't always work.
The first dodge is the easy one. It's the second dodge that can't do it. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh, I got it.
Nice, GG's.
Apparently it is free. You just gotta get good. Just be better. $60 60% of the time it works every time. Oh, that's fine. On full there.
Rather epic.
Crit.
All right,
That
did Eric get
disruptive wave
43?
was really unfortunate.
Yeah, you got one too?
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't... I haven't had him do that in a while. Usually he just calls forth his little minion right away. Alright, so now Eric is 43, so we're going to rectify sword and get him dual wield.
That's super unfortunate. Got another disruptive wave, man.
Oh. So on Morrigan, we expect a disruptive wave almost every time on the first turn, and so we put Eric in the back. Avoid it.
Careful now. Let me at him. Need a little. Oops. For Heliodor.
There it is.
You're not gonna like this. Time to face Hyper.
This is really unfortunate. I lost both Hendrik and Sylvando
Oh,
turn
no.
0.
See ya.
Can't land a sap.
Why don't I show you how it's done? Look after yourself. Time to duck and dive. Higher.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Doesn't sound good.
Um...
Let me at him.
I died.
Oh no!
I hope this works.
Yeah. Unlucky.
I'm coming, darling.
Yeah, I had Sylvando and Hendrik both die turn 0, so it was just
Yeah,
like, what do I do? I didn't land the blunt, and they just double owned. Missed both blunts again. And then they killed Eric.
Yep, Eric's down. And Hendrik's asleep.
Yes.
Lovely. Oh, dude. Oh.
May heaven's winds repel me.
Yeah, I just can't get anything to land. Double parried.
Alright, time is when this last guy dies. If I make it that far.
Just can't keep anybody alive.
I shan't let you down.
Finally.
We'll soon have that patched up.
Oh, I saw Rab. What the frick?
Almighty Yggdrasil, hear my prayer.
Alright, well, I got through the first fight.
Oh, good.
Here you are.
Come on.
This isn't good.
More heal.
And that's time.
GG's.
Thanks. Whew. Thanks for the GGs, y'all.
Not bad.
That was a really rough last bit there.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a slog here for me as well. And of course, my damage dealers are sleeping.
That's the worst.
Yet again.
So yeah, I guess I can talk about this last fight for a little bit. Well, so yeah, the first phase of this More Dragon fight, we're trying to do a certain amount of damage to switch to the next phase, but we're also buffing and setting up Eric. Well, really just Hendrik in the first phase, because at the end of every phase, it will debuff. And so we try to maximize the amount of damage and end it with Eric's turn to really like send it over the edge. And then on the second phase, we're rebuffing Eric and we're buffing the hero, and the hero is the one sending it to the next stage because we're going to put Eric in the back. And so now we have a buffed Hendrik and a buffed Eric in the back, such that when he Disruptive Wave and debuffs everybody on the second turn, we're like ready to bring them back to the front to take out the tail. And once we get to phase 3, we wait for the gobble because he'll gobble up a character randomly, and we don't want him to gobble Eric or Hendrik. So here we are in phase 2. And so during phase 2, we're rebuffing Eric. We're
Why did I do that? I did not mean to do that.
So yeah, buffing our DPS, and then we're also trying to get a sap on here. But it's more of just like as we're waiting for the hero's turn to like, do the damage, we're trying to get some saps off and keep everybody healed.
I do the second part of this fight a little differently. I really push the damage on tail, and then all I want to do is just push phase on main body. I don't really care about anything else. That's all I want to do is just get the phase pushed.
Gotcha. All right, so then in phase 3, you got to take the tail out like ASAP. Once they both pep, that will add a horrible debuff for several turns that just does damage to every person on every turn, or that person on every turn. And so if we can skip that, if we can do enough damage on the tail before they pep up together.
That's really unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to stop this pet power.
Yeah, I didn't get it either. So if that happens, I find having 2 healers in the party helps, but even just 1 healer, just group healing every turn they can. But then if he sends people to sleep, it really...
Yeah, and Serena not being able to wake up is really, 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 really bad.
Yeah.
I just have to go for the tail kill, I think. I still can't get it. Serena just being straight asleep is really bad. Well, I got the tail dead. Serena died to the poison tick. Yeah, I'm dead. Again.
Poop.
And that means I have to fight the
All
first
three.
first fight again. Man, I haven't had this much trouble with the end of the game in a long time, but
Yeah, bad RNG today.
we'll try one more time real quick, and if I can't get through it, then I'll just have to mercy kill. It's just been really unfortunate because getting really bad targets with certain things, and
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just kind of how this goes sometimes.
there's the blunt. And the sap. It's like amazing.
You got the good round of RNG.
It's almost like this is how this fight's supposed to go. Oh, that double parry was really unfortunate. Alright, first phase went way better.
That's a good sign, hopefully.
Let's see if Sylvando dies turn 0. Nope, it's Rab. It's fine. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting a little lucky.
ここからですわ。
Didn't get it. It's fine. Again, I don't care about this phase so much. I just really want to get out of it. Oh, I got a crit. It's Serena. That's unfortunate. Oh, dude.
Oh, the sleep.
Okay, I got the tail kill.
Nice.
頑張りましょう。
Can't land the sap. We'll hustle dance this because why not? Fatal. I just can't land it. Oh well. Bolts from the blue. There we go. This should do it. There we go. Time.
Nice. GG's.
Thank you. Wow, that was such a terrible ending to the run, but we did it.
Yeah, we did the thing.
All right. Well, not really much else to say, is there?
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, y'all. Fun race. Thanks for racing me, Keanu. This is kind of a preview of hopefully we'll get some better RNG for RPG Limit Break in a.
Yeah, so that'll be the 19th, right? Yeah, it's
Yep,
the 19th.
That's
No,
right.
yeah, 19th is when we're going to be doing this again. We'll be doing it in person at Limit Break actually, so it's going to be loads of fun.
Rumor has it there's going to be some cosplays too.
Yeah, there may be something surprising happening. Should be fun. But yeah. That'll do it, I guess, for us. Shameless plugs. If you like content like this, like I said yesterday, you can follow me at Keeanolookalike on Twitch. I do SMT, Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy here and there. And then you can also follow Jerikandra on Twitch as well. She does Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, 10-2, 10, DQ stuff, Final Fantasy IV. There's so many things now.
Yeah. And I make
So-
latex cosplay, so yeah.
There's that too. Yeah, that'll do it for us. On to, I guess the relay race is coming up next, right?
Yeah, we have a huge treat for y'all, the big Zenithian relay race.
It's gonna be 4, 5, and 6 back to back to back. So stick around.